Welcome, welcome, welcome. Devil May Cry 1. As promised, brought to you in 4K via PCSX2. The YouTube quality is going to max out at 1440p because YouTube doesn't like 4K 60 FPS streaming very much. So I get it in 4K, you guys get in 1440p, but it should still look real good. Alan, welcome. I would have been sure there was leftover pizza. I know it was DMC. Well, my friend, I've got some in the freezer, so I'm ready to rock, but apologies that you do not. True payment. Welcome. So, as we all know, we got a few pre-rendered videos to sit through. The first bit of actual 4K rendering is going to be Dante in his office there.
There was a war between the human world and the other, the underworld. But somebody from the underworld woke up to justice and stood up against this legion alone. His name was Sparta. Later, he quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death. He became a legend.
Jump kick. I love that.
Dark Knight, Sparta.
I've been practicing my jump kicks, Mundus. Pizza from the fridge? No way. I hate cold pizza. Pizza's gotta be eaten piping hot, or not at all. Goofy font. This was 2001. Okay. It's the era of Hot Topic starting to get going.
Devil May Cry.
Here we are. 4K renders. Ooh, yeah. It's the several Alaster swords that Dante has throughout his office here.
Whoa, slow down, babe.
Legendary line. Now it's the kind of thing you're gonna notice, you know, in the native Res 480i, but
Nature calls?
yeah.
It's in the back.
Looking good though.
You must be the handyman who'll take any dirty job. Am I correct?
Almost. I only take special jobs, if you know what I mean.
You're the man who lost a mother and a brother to evil 20 years ago. The son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta, Mr. Dante.
I'm willing to bet that Capcom did not get the licensing right for those Zvilgin symbols over there. But again, low res and low renders, you know, you can get away with that kind of thing.
In that case, you should be used to this sort of thing.
Are you really the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta? Didn't your daddy teach you how to use a sword?
Sword. Time to go to work, guys.
It's a really lovingly rendered motorcycle for this brief cutscene. It's almost a shame this is the only time you get to see it.
Even as a child, I had powers. There's demonic blood in me.
What strength?
You were the first one to know about my vengeance. Looks like I'm getting closer.
It seems that way, but I'm not your enemy. My name is Trish. I came here to seek your help, to put an end to the underworld.
A depth of field effect. One of many, many things missing from that HD collection. So we'll be seeing soon. So recently, maybe like 6 months or so ago, there was an update to PCSX2 that fixed some of the remaining visual bugs for this.
Mundus.
Yes. His powers were sealed by Sparta. He's attempting to gain control of the human world once again. He has been preparing to open the gate on Malay Island.
So we're gonna run to Guybrush very soon here. Yeah, the character models do look great. Absolutely. Does it say Devil May Cry on his gun? No, it says Ebony and Ivory, though. And
The
welcome,
castle is
Alice.
above this cliff. Come on, let's go.
Another name change. Malice Doe. Saying, yeah, there was basically the last remaining issue, the last time I checked this out on PCSX2 was the HUD. There was like that weird strip where it was still rendering at 480i, and it was like, it just looked terrible. But that's been fixed, so now it all looks good. Just nakedly straight up the Behelit from Berserk there. It's one of those games where there are going to be certain things that look really, really nice in the higher resolutions. Then there are other things which, you know, are going to look a little naff being rendered so high res, like that model there. But overall, I think it's probably worth. It's either this way or playing it on a PS2 on a CRT. I always really love this intro section here, though. Birds flying away from the castle. Cool effect. It's a great job of establishing the atmosphere here. You can also clearly see the use of the reference photography up in the cathedrals, the windows and whatnot, as mentioned in the development video. And there's that umbrella logo. Kind of hard to see, but yeah. But that blur effect, another thing lost in the HD collection. Dante's Airborne firing the pistols. You don't get that. Same thing with the Stinger, but we won't be seeing that for a little bit until we purchase that upgrade. But other than rendering in 4K, PCSX2 also has a widescreen hack active, which is working pretty good. You know, it looks pretty native. Not seeing any widescreen glitches yet. Here we are. One of the best hub areas of any game. I'm going to try not to repeat too many of the things I said in my video on Devil May Cry, but obviously the atmosphere in this game is top-notch. How many different versions are there now? There's quite a few. So there's the PS2 original, there's the PS3 and 360 generation HD remaster, HD collection I should say. And then there's the HD collection for PS4 and modern Xbox and PC and, you know, Steam. Those have a few more differences, but the primary thing that with those is you're basically just getting another step up in terms of render resolution. I believe the HD collection on PS3 and 360 are 720p. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but... The other thing with those HD collections is the Photoshop upscale textures, so we just like kind of chucked them into Photoshop and ran the sharpen filter over them, which that doesn't look good. That's rough. Now let's take a look at the statue here. Looks like a statue of a god that the Castilians worshipped. Intentional, hey pal. Do they have texture packs yet? No, but that would be an interesting prospect. I'm kind of interested in getting into that stuff myself now. Some of my old-time favorites, seeing if I can extract the textures and do that myself, you know? This game would definitely be a contender. Obviously, I would do more than just run it through the upscale. I would make sure that this is, you know, looking the way it's supposed to be. That it doesn't like have those awful upscaling artifacts you see sometimes when people just kind of do a lazy job at it. But this game, but the number one game that I would probably attempt to do texture upscaling, well, I'm sure you guys can take a wild guess at that. Still better than the Rockstar AI job. Yeah, that's true. At least the original assets are being presented with some degree of faithfulness. Yeah, the origins of this game being RE4 is really the primary reason this game has such a immersive, great atmosphere. You know? The other games, as much as I like them, that wasn't really the focus as they went into it in development. Reasonably so, you know? I love this window with the sunset coming through here. Julius, hey! How's it going, pal? Such great atmosphere indeed. This is one of the most haunted feeling locations in a video game. And again, part of that is the RE origins, but it's great, great, great atmosphere. Great texture work, great music. And kind of similar to Demon Souls too. You get the impression that this is an actual human place with, you know, reference points. You know, you get something that actually seems like it could have been existing in the human world, as it should be based on, you know, all the reference photography that they did, the Spanish architecture. But in the later games, the areas you're in are initially straight out of the gate otherworldly and demonic, where, like Demon Souls, these are areas that feel like they're man-made and that have been corrupted by a demonic presence. It take me a few minutes here to get acquainted to the controls because it's been a while since I played this game. But we are normal, so it shouldn't be too bad. This being the PS2 original, has kind of the unusual controls with jump on triangle. But I'm not going to make any excuses here. These assets, though. Look at this. Phenomenal. Yeah. Watching this may be a bit of a roller coaster if you're trying to fall asleep, Malice. FF8 Upscale Remaster. The official one, you mean? I haven't played it. I thought the character models looked good, though. Is the game dropping frames for me? No. Is it dropping frames for you guys? Anybody else other than Troop? So again, it's discussed in that DMC development video. There's that sample from that Dark Ambient CD. I forget what it's called now, but it's not a crutch, you know. This track would still work even without that. The kind of like chamber piece coming through is a unique element to the soundtrack, which is killer. And not just a sample, or at least not one that I'm aware of. I'm kind of missing the ET-UT system from Ninja Gaiden a little bit, but we'll get used to it. Especially once we start unlocking more moves and getting more weapons. Like 2001, what an insane year for video games. Just on the PS2 alone, think of the amount of heavy hitters we got in the United States. I mean, worldwide, but launch year PS2, Devil May Cry, Grand Theft Auto 3, Gran Turismo 3, Ico, Silent Hill 2. I mean, oh my god. Insanity. What a launch lineup. When I miss the live stream, I get stutters on the VODs. Yeah, hardware-wise, it shouldn't be happening. But if you guys are seeing stutters, let me know on this, and I'll lower the bitrate or something. The guns basically work just as a way to like extend your combos and keep the current rank that you have. I'll tell you one thing, I'm definitely noticing the difference in lag playing this on a PS2 or on a CRT versus on OG hardware. Yeah, emulating this. That's all good. We're playing on normal, so it's not too bad. Everything's good on my end, but I am on the same continent as you. That's true. I have to imagine that YouTube allocates more bandwidth towards more popular streamers. You know? Like, it's pretty conservative 1440p 60 stream, but can't tell me that they don't have the infrastructure to handle 4K 60. But I tried to enable that while I was setting the stream up, and it straight up told me that that was not allowed. So oh well. Might just be forgivable tonight, but what's the story reason for being in this castle? So Trish showed up to Dante's devil hunting shop and told him that Mundus is the king of the demons, and he's the one who killed his mother and brother when he was a child. And he's located, or at least the entrance to finding him is located on Melee Island, which is probably somewhere off the coast of Spain. And here we are. Try that again, shall we? There we go. So here you go. These are all these paintings you see on the walls here. These are all concept art. So when I was creating that Devil May Cry video, I did a ton of research. I think, I'd like to believe that I uncovered basically every bit of material involving the pre-production of this game available publicly. But yeah, this stuff is all concept art. It's always kind of neat to see developers utilize that. It's a smart thing to do. You know, utilize the resources you have available, for sure. Maybe not so much like the ones you see in Anor Londo and Dark Souls, where you straight up see, like, in the corner, like say like the giant one, where you're like looking at one of the giant knights, you can see a little sketch of like the player character as like a reference, you know? It's like he's going to be this big in relation to the giant knights. But these work. These totally work. I'm going to elaborate on it a little bit more. It's like this functions where it's a traditional landscape, but it's been demonically corrupted, which kind of makes sense both. I don't know. It's like the same. That's exactly what's happened to this castle, so it makes sense that that would actually be happening within the art inside of it. I don't know. I find that really neat. Where are those light beams coming through? This looks so good. I mean, this game came out 21 years ago, folks. The difference between, you know, the presentation of this and something newer is that this is all pre-baked. All of the lighting aspects that you're seeing and all these textures, you know, they're basically done beforehand. It's not happening on the fly, obviously. But a nice artistic touch goes a long way. Gonna be getting the real sword in a second here. Just gonna come major hand. Neo. Yeah, I think I might own it on Steam. Either that or the sequel. Definitely going to be checking that out sometime in the next few months. Absolutely. Awesome effects. I'm gonna say, man, how's it going? Oh yeah. Oh, trust me, my number one preferred way to play. Oh, you can see the widescreen patch messing things up a little bit there. Dante's disembodied arm. That's okay. That's the first thing I've noticed, that the widescreen patch messed something up. But hey, overall, can't complain. But yeah, it's like my ideal way to play this is still on the PS2, but in terms of, you know, visual fidelity and streaming it, I think this is the way to go at this point. It's cool, there's a nice mix of 3D elements and 2D sprites here. Like the translucent glass shards are all 2D sprites, but it all still looks great. It comes together really well. Excellent. Yeah, the combo meter is very unforgiving. It is basically just... you really need to keep it going. The string's constant. That's really where the guns come in, I think. Awesome. Not playing the OT PC port until cutscenes or 4x3 really ruins a lot of them. You think so? See, as you guys saw, I didn't get any further than the end of the second dungeon, but I didn't get that impression. The key is embedded. I could never enjoy DMC1, to be honest. Fish on easy or something never came back. Plays 2 as both characters cope later. Yeah, you gotta give one another shot. Don't play it on easy. Like all these other games. All these character action games, the harder you go with the difficulty, the better the game becomes. Yeah, the MVP. Oh, man. What a beaut. So I'm not going to read all of them, but here's another cool example of the world building you get in DMC1 here. Every one of these little sections of library, these sections of shelving, you get either a little bit of backstory and or a bit of Dante's commentary on them, which is neat. There's one about the harvesting cycles, which I know may sound boring, but trust me, it's interesting. Pluto shall come on the promised date and separate heaven and earth. One with black wings of treachery shall come and stand in Pluto's way. The lizard guys, yeah, they're brutal. Let's find that. Something about the strange occurrence in the cathedral of this castle is written. Happened on a hot humid night. This is one of those games that is like a summertime necessity playing this, you know? Anyway. But now another beautiful room. Great use of pre-baked lighting. Great color palette. Well done. That shotgun is so good. The shotgun here has got to be amidst the MVPs of video game shotguns. That's so satisfying. Oh yeah. Floor textures are almost German expressionism. Yeah, you're right. Good point. Does this take place in summer? I believe so. Strange engraving of a lion. Only those who the lion has accepted can set me free. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. If you guys are into speedruns, I believe the #1 guy for this game is somebody named Maxi Lobes, I think. Cool dude. Yeah, as you might imagine, the speedruns for this game are very impressive. Top-notch material. Yeah, Troop, you mentioned the RE4 castle sharing some assets. I think we're starting to see some of that here, some of these textures. This game is no joke. Look at this rich, rich colors. Lovely. You do, like, this is one of those instances here, these pieces of art on the wall though. They do look kind of low res, but it's all good. Yeah, this mantelpiece, it's like a stringed up corpse with like a masthead. That almost looks like something out of Silent Hill, the first game. Kind of like that corpse you see in the alley before you get shanked by the demon babies or whatever. Yeah, we're going down here. The light shafts, that's really effective. You can see them all over the place. These are early chapters. Beating this game on DMD is to date my proudest gaming achievement. I still have not done that, my friend. I've only beaten this game on hard. It's the farthest I've gone. I should try a DMD. Prefer 3's overall aesthetics. 3, I haven't played in earnest since it came out, to be completely honest with you guys. I've played it, but just the first few missions. But the only time I've played through all of DMC3 was when it originally came out. So it'll be worth a revisit. I think I'll be replaying all of the games on here on various streams. Not consecutively. I'll be spacing them out, but I will be revisiting all of the DMCs. And yes, that will probably include DMC2. Shotgun makes quick work of these guys. You can make use of the lock-on whenever you're not sure of an enemy's location either, because Dante will automatically turn and face them. It's like that mini-boss in the sewers comes to mind. Feel free to skip 2. We'll see, maybe. I'll put it up to a vote, I think. I think 2 has some cool atmosphere. Obviously the gameplay is pretty weak, but it has its moments. A little bit of weird foreshadowing for the Phantom boss coming up next. Little baby spiders. You love DMC3, unfortunately the only one I've enjoyed that much. That's fair. I've played them all. Just based on my own memory, recollection, and whatnot, I'm far from a pro with these games. I love this first one. I appreciate all the games, but I think if I were to rank them, I would say 1, just for the complete package. And something I talked about before. It's the combination of the gameplay and the presentation. I'd go 1, 5, 3, 4, 2 would be my ranking. 5 and 3 are definitely the kings as far as the gameplay goes, although 4 is close. Stinger, yes. Problem with 4 is just the second half with Dante, just retreading all the ground you already covered with Nero. Or is 2 greater than 5? Well, that's certainly a controversial opinion. What makes you like 2 more than 5? Say again, this is before we had Bloom technology, which is probably, at least for a few years, a good thing. But you're using, that's an alpha effect. That's a 2D effect being applied translucently to that window up there, which is giving us that effect of the sunlight beaming through. Beautiful. The pride of the lion is granted only to those who choose the path trials. Level design is definitely the weakest aspect of 5. If that had been stronger, it would probably be on the top of my list. But there is a lot of redundancy. Absolutely. I mean, this game, you've got some backtracking, but at least everything you're covering feels like thought out, unique environments, you know? This is where the Castilian occupants came to make their Hippocratic oath here. They did a great job with Nero for 5, I think. He felt like just kind of a Dante clone, just in terms of his presentation in 4. Like, you were getting a bit of unique elements within his like character animations and the cutscenes, but 5, I feel they really nailed him as more of a unique character completely. The different haircut goes a decent way to establishing that for sure. But like I said in that DMC video, if we get a DMC6, which I'm sure we will. This is beautiful. Look at this. Those water textures, this little tunnel we're in. DMC6 needs to take place exclusively in the underworld and have it be based on Dante's Inferno. It's such a no-brainer. It would allow for a great degree of variety within the environments. You could do lots of cool literary inclusions and allusions. It'd be awesome. It's like 1 and 3 are almost Castlevania-esque in the level design. Well, 5 is like a Muso game. Yeah, that's fair. When you wake up as Dante halfway through the game in 5, you do get a few cool bit of locale, but I agree. This is for haircut. I like the shortcut for Nero. I think it looks good. Good shout out Johnny Young Bush. He's grown to the top of the biz. Sure. Props to you, Johnny Young Bush. Nice work. Also, welcome, Andre.
What a big surprise. I hope for your sake you got something inside that big body of yours.
The way those eye textures are glowing, revealing that pupil within. That's a really cool touch. Alright. I'm gonna shut up for a second so I don't get filtered by Phantom. Because like I said, it has been a while. There's taunt again. Oh yeah, R2, right. Filtered. It's alright. I'm gonna blame it on the Ninja Gaiden rust. Squashed like a boog. I'll say one thing for the HD collection, they actually added full subtitles for all these cutscenes. Like half the time you can't hear what any of these guys are saying. Oh, should I jump out of the way of the claws? Is that what I'm supposed to do? The joke. There we go. I'm gonna blame that on controller latency. That first death there. That's what we're gonna go with. Alright. Entree. Dante's character in the first game feels like a prototype. Freddy evolves in later entries. More somber, but still cocky. Yeah, I agree. Wrong way. DS2 looking boss? No, he's a little better than that. Those little weapon intro animations are cool. Absolutely. The meat shredding fully. Oh yeah. What'd you do today? I tried to replicate the sounds of a giant lava spider eating a man to death. I mean, usually don't get eaten in any way other than death, but you know what I'm trying to say. This game actually has unique death scenes. Yeah, you're right. That is exclusive to DMC1, and it is a very cool aspect, which again was lost with the sequels. But again, is probably almost entirely to do with its origins as Resident Evil 4. Brain to control latency. There's quite a bit. I'm playing Bluetooth DualShock 4 from PCSX2, and I do think there's a bit of latency here. But yeah, we'll make it work. Exit stage left. Should we pop out? No, leave the handguns. There's an immense power that will not allow one to get any closer. Need a sign. Shall we use the Pride of Lion? Yes, please. The eyes of this thing immediately light up like it's a Halloween decoration. Very good though, Mesh. I like this. Immediately having to dodge after this little cutscene. Here we go. I failed it. That's alright. I'm almost tempted to get eaten by this thing so we can see its unique death animation. Or I should say, its unique death animation for Dante. Bayonetta, I still haven't played that at all. It's like a massive blank spot in my gaming backlog. Should play Ghost Rider. Welcome, Jacob. What Ghost Rider? What system is that on? Hey, I gotta grab that item over here. PSP. Okay. Yeah, maybe. You know, I had a PSP back in the day, but I actually bought very few games for it. I mostly just used it as a portable emulation box. I was playing Street Fighter 2 in high school, study hall. I think was my most fond PSP memory. But I'm glad you said that because I do need to explore the PSP library a bit. So, thank you. Bayonetta is the least replayable character action game. Why is that? Brightness of the guiding light will scorch you. This is another one of my favorite rooms in the game, and this feels super Resident Evil. I mean, look at this. Gorgeous. I love this room. This note left by a Castilian. Often I feel that time passes awkwardly around here. In some places the flowers never die. In other places they wither ever so quickly. I cannot stay here very long, for I know my sanity will leave me. Cool. It's on PPSSP. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's the name of the emulator. You're 17. Well, thank you for joining me, my friend. I am 32. It's good to know that younger folks still like this game. Alright, I think we have to go back downstairs if I remember correctly. Yeah, this looks phenomenal in 4K. As I said, it's other than the controller lag, this feels definitely like the ideal way to be playing this. A nice bit of detail, the like horse statues coming out of this column that just came up. That's really awesome. Right, now we got this. I want to still play games when I'm 32. Well, how old are you? I don't think, I mean, I'm being a little facetious here. I don't think 32 is exactly old man status. I was 11 years old when this game came out. I don't think I'm ever going to stop playing video games. I mean, it just seems like... I think we've gotten past the point where it's, you know, it's a who's gonna, you know, it's just another form of media. Like, who gives a shit? I like games a lot. I still love movies. I love music. I love all sorts of stuff, but I definitely love games. The death sentence. I wish you were able to use this thing as a weapon. Look at that. Yeah, Ghost Rider. I'll check it out. Another awesome cutscene. Check this out.
This stinking hole was the last place I thought I'd find anyone with some guts.
This is interesting because they had the concept of Dante's brother, or should I say Tony Redgrave's brother, being a central antagonist within the game, within the whole pre-development cycle, you know, before this game got adjusted to DMC. But in the final game, there's very little of those remnants of Virgil as is. Obviously, the plot twist after the third fight with him, you get that, but what's left over are these little elements there where you get bits of his personality coming through. Like that little finger snap and the head tilt. That's good. I like that. Joseph, 26, playing less and less every year. I think I'm playing less new games overall, but that's primarily because I feel like there's so many formulas just getting repeated over and over again where I feel a little burnt out on it. But I'm still playing plenty of games, but the percentage of new games is probably less and less. No, Jacob, I have not seen the Ghost Rider movie. Yeah, let's kick some ass. The best music in the game. One of them, anyway. I think it's really sweet how they brought these guys back, the Nelo Angelo archetype, back for DMC5 as like a common enemy type, and that the idea is that they are like really powerful guys or soldiers who have been repurposed and refitted into this like knightly armor, you know what I mean? Almost like the Combine in Half-Life 2. Another one of those Umbrella logo flags. Oh. At the point in the gaming industry, we've seen pretty much everything the medium can do. I don't necessarily agree entirely. I think that's definitely true to some extent, but I feel the major problem is that the suits have moved in, the money has moved in, and that modern game development is a very expensive endeavor. So when you have the folks making these investments, they are far more likely to invest their cash in proven formulas and products, which is why we're on Call of Duty number 27 or whatever. And how many Ubisoft open world games we're continuing to get. Jacob, how often do I watch Marvel movies? Not often at all. I don't like most of them. And I think the overall effect of Marvel movies has had a largely detrimental effect on cinema as an art form. The last one I watched, I think, was whatever that Thor movie was with Jeff Goldblum in it. I don't know. I've tapped out. I've had enough of the Marvel movies. I always double save. Habit I've had for a long, long time. Did I read the manga? Not yet. It's been a chaotic few days. I haven't had a chance to read that yet. But it's still open in my tabs in Firefox. I will check it out. Don't worry. Air raid. Probably the most OP skill in the game, right? Ghost Rider is one of them. Well, see, that has Nicolas Cage in it, right? So I'd be more willing to check that out just on the basis of that alone. Melancholy soul. It's burning. Let's rock, baby. There he goes again. You ready to dodge? I know how to do it. Yeah. Blow up. You mean you're not interested in She-Hulk Attorney at Law? No, I'm not. I'm watching, the only lawyer show I need right now is Better Call Saul. I'm watching that and getting caught up because apparently they really stuck the landing with the finale. So I'm interested in watching it. I'm on season 5 now. Come on, Dante. There you go. Lots of comments. Troop, yeah, you're welcome for the Conan the Barbarian link. Good stuff, my man. Check it out. Probably the best way to watch the movie at this current juncture in time. There's no exaggeration, unfortunately. Wrong one. I believe, yeah, we'll run a little quicker. Double doors. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, alright. Isn't that it? No, wait, it's at the bottom of the thing. My bad. There it is. Oh, lots of comments. Look at this. It's a busy chat. Okay. Let me see here. Do you want to get to game development one day? Everyone should look into it. If you're interested in games, the most fun thing you can do is work on one. Air raid is... Yeah, it is. Air raid is killer. Sabotage, hey man, how's it going? Welcome. Do I want to play the game tomorrow? I'm not going to play the game tomorrow, no. But I'll look into it. The most I can promise you is that I'll look into it, and maybe I'll stream it eventually. Kind of ambivalent on the formulaic games these days. Yeah, I agree. That being said, despite all my shit talking on the Spider-Man PS4 game that was recently ported to PC remaster or whatever, I am enjoying that. I recognize some of those aspects was like, yeah, this is intended to be as like mainstream as possible, but the combat is deeper than I gave it credit for, and the game overall is more interesting than I gave it credit for. So, apologies to you guys, Insomniac Games. Sorry I ragged on you so hard last time. Another awesome piece of ambient music here. Listen to this. Spooky. Rusty Key. New enemy introduction, Beelzebub. Oh, these guys have a unique kill animation, which are really good. It's like basically breaking Dante's spine backwards and then sucking the marrow from his bones out of his spine. It's intense. People give DMC2 crap for it being like totally gun reliant, on the guns being like totally OP, but in terms of strict numeric values, I think they're actually the most powerful here in DMC1. And the trigger limit is almost non-existent. I mean, check this out. I mean, they almost, depending on how fast you can mash that button, they almost become completely full automatic. I'm gonna leave that so we may need it later. Conan is so good. I watched him as my art house movie phase. One of my absolute favorites. I like Conan a lot. I will admit my last few viewings I didn't like it quite as much, but I will say that Conan the Barbarian soundtrack, as composed by Basil Polidorius, is without a doubt my favorite film soundtrack of them all. It's incredible. Mouse, yes, it is vomiting maggots. Yeah, Troop, the bullet casings. So all the weapons, they have, I think they're 2D sprites, but the actual object itself have dynamic physics. You see how it got caught on the little shelf there? And yeah, you're right. When it hits the water, let's see. There's a unique little animation for it splashing and sinking. These really beautiful little details, really nice. Devil May Cry 2, that's something that no longer exists, unfortunately. I mean, along with many other things, but yeah. The water itself looks great too. I mean, it's a pretty basic effect. It's just a translucent texture being animated, but it works. It looks really nice. Combine that with Dante's motion and getting more alpha effects being drawn there. Looks good. Now this guy, this SOB, this is where I got filtered hard playing this when it first came out at 11 years old. This guy absolutely destroyed me. This is where I got stuck. But again, that trick I mentioned earlier about just holding the lock-on button and watching where Dante's looking, and then dodging accordingly, is really all you need to do. Like all these floaty guys with the scissors, shotgun is the #1 weakest. No sweat. I really like, they do the same thing with the regular scissor guys, but after you kill them, sometimes you can continue to hear that ghostly laughter in the background after they're dead. Nice little spooky touch. Clock Tower, yeah. Alan, did you catch so one of the Halloween streams I did last year, playing through Super Nintendo Clock Tower? Still one of my all-time favorite horror games. In terms of having a horror experience, it definitely would be within my top, as far as video games go, it would be within my top 5. Silent Hill 2, obviously a distant, untouchable #1. but Silent Hill, excuse me, Clock Tower on the SNES is close. I've played the sequel on the PS1. I felt it was such a major downgrade. I didn't feel like it was anywhere near as good. That was the first, I think that was the first stream I saw from you, Mouse. Oh, awesome. Well, I'm glad it was that one. So I think that one overall went pretty well. Good. All right, now we're gonna head back up to the bedroom here. Here comes Phantom again. You can take him out there, just like before in the other hallway, but we're not going to do that. What do you guys think, as far as like Dante's like outfits, which one he had the best in? I think 2 for a long time that looked really good, but 5 I think maybe taking the crown. Like the Henley with the coat. It's like the best possible way of like transitioning this character and this style into like a modern, like super high fidelity art style. I think is the way to go. But yeah, 2 hard to beat. Silent Hill better than RE Remake? I think Silent Hill 2 is better than the RE Remake. Silent Hill 2 is one of my all-time favorite games. I think it's one of the best video games ever made. And as good as the first 4 Silent Hill games are, I think 2 is still majorly head and shoulders above the others. Take a little shortcut here, courtesy of this thing. Silent Hill 1 being better than the RE remaster. They're probably about equal in my mind. They're close. They're both fantastic games. Hot take, but 3 Dante's look is his weakest. I agree, actually, completely. I put it on the bottom. Yeah, Mouse. Yeah, exactly. Making it work in like a realistic graphics sense. They did a really good job with that. Like, this outfit is cool, but it's very stylized, and it fits the PS2 look, but I think you would have a really hard time making this thing look cool in, like, a realistic graphics context. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick 1-minute break. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Refilled my Arnold Palmer's. Spilt it all over the stove there. Yeah, alright. Don't mess up this jump. Yes. One of the few times in a game where you end a mission and do not immediately get another new mission screen, but obviously you can see it's not long until we get another one here. No, we don't need that. Just may sound ridiculous, but I won't play Silent Hill 1 or 2 because of the total lack of color. Obviously it makes sense thematically, but I need color in my video. Well, let me say this, my friend. There is plenty of color in those games, it's just used a bit, you know, more sparsely. As you said, thematically fitting, but you do get some splashes of color in those games. I would advise you not to miss out, especially on Silent Hill 2, as like I said, it's... And the whole like argument as video games being art, Silent Hill 2 is among the top. It's an if you're into video games, Silent Hill 2 is an unmissable experience and one of the best things the medium has ever produced. Yeah, this room kicks ass. Look at this. Third eye imagery. Candles look a little silly. Some of these candles look a little, something you'd see in like Ocarina of Time or something, but it's all good. And yeah, the OST for Silent Hill 2 is a masterpiece. Akira Yamaoka. Another MVP video game music composer.
Finally! I was getting tired of playing your childish games.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Dante doesn't get subtitles in any of these cutscenes. All the demons do. Like, sometimes you can't hear a word he's saying. The thing is with Phantom, all you need to basically do is just watch out for those claws when you're stuck. You're just wailing on his head here, at least on normal. That's basically all you gotta worry about. Smack him in the face when he's charging up, just like Dante would do. Easy. See, the game just switched to a pre-recorded video here. Wow, never noticed that before. 480i in all its glory. Looks like even the subtitles are pretty big there.
His son, Dante. Sweet dream.
Or I like some of the send-offs they gave some of these DMC1 bosses in the 5th game. I don't think Phantom gets any rep, but Griffin definitely does.
Incredible power.
Incredible power! Getting some real Ghost Rider vibes. Yeah. Hey. Hey, who knows? It could be a great game. Like I said, the PSP library is, it's very underexplored on my part. More use of beautiful texture work. Look at this. I'll play DMC 2, sure. We'll all suffer through it together. But one of the things you guys are going to notice is that the texture work, just the overall art style cohesion is completely out the window. This game still looks great. DMC 2, in addition to the gameplay being whack, and that's a match. Oh wait, before we go down here, can't miss this. He died from exhaustion. The grenade gun, the grenade launcher, solid weapon. Three openings. Insert the trident. Yes. I forget, is that upstairs or downstairs? Downstairs? Yeah, downstairs. I think I already messed it up though, so let's see. Just wait. I'll read comments. Troop was reading about Miyamoto earlier today. He's talking about he never uses pre-rendered cutscene both to save time and to keep the game feeling whole. I agree, it's a good philosophy. Similar to Metal Gear Solid. If you look at the first trailers for MGS on the PS1, they actually had pre-rendered cutscenes, and you can see how they already stick out like a sore thumb. It was definitely the right move to go completely in engine. There we go. Easy peasy. Can relate to the mid-car solo now. I'm still working on playing FF7 in the background here. Haven't been streaming it obviously, but still picking that up here and there. The PC version with all those mods all tricked out. Beautiful. Use new strength to open the door. Alright, I'm gonna shut up for a second. Just peep this atmosphere here for a sec, my boys and girls. The sound design, the texture work. Look at those chains. I mean, that looks phenomenal. Look at that. Troop, I've seen you mention fixed camera angles a few times now, and this is one of those excellent examples of that. Just like, look at this scene. That's so well done. That looks really good. Now I'm getting flashbacks to when I first put up the Demon Souls remake video, and the guys who were like, no, you see, they completely changed the architectural style of the game because it couldn't have been achieved on PS3 hardware, which is obviously an absurd statement, but you want proof in the pudding. Here you go. Gothic architecture being achieved on PS2 hardware. See? There it is. See, From Software, they just couldn't figure out how to do pointy spires on the PS3. They just couldn't figure that out. I mean, this straight up looks like Lothric Castle from Dark Souls 3. The Eclipse, that's almost identical. Like, if you were to take a screenshot of this It's nearly identical. Anyway. Yeah, I'd live in a castle too if I could. FF8 Garden Assault scenes. I keep getting a hankering to revisit that. Every time I replay that game, I basically get burnt out around the like desert prison section. Cool game though. Definitely underrated in the series. Is that Wolverine reference right there? This is a beautiful game. Again, nice like faked bloom effect there with the sunset. Gorgeous. Shred your eyes here. All you gotta do, if you want to make any game look better, all you have to do is just squint. Just close your eyes about 75% and any video game will look just better. Yeah, Lizard Man. Maybe. No, this is killer. That's what I'm talking about. Everything from Dante's footsteps, from the color palette used here, that ambient wind. Top notch. Andre, visually this game's art direction is still great. Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if the next DMC game we see is a remake of this first game. Before DMC 6. I'd rather have DMC 6, but like I said, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think we need any more remakes. I think that well has been well and truly tapped. I think we have plenty of room for new games, new sequels even, but I don't think we need any more remakes. Yeah, true. That's a valid point. This is one of these things with the HD remaster, that sharpening filter that they ran all the textures through. This is one of those areas. It's like all the cobblestone stuff really starts to look rough with that. So just grainy and noisy. Bleh. It's like I distinctly remember this area in the HD version. It's looking like a downgrade. Let me ask you guys this. Is there any version of this game that allows you to switch between all melee and all guns in real time? I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to that, but that would be something I would be willing to pay for. Just like clicking L3 and R3. You can switch between Alastor and Ifrit, but you can't switch between any of the projectile weapons, any of the guns. But I'd be willing to pay for that. All right. Here we go. jumping puzzle. This camera's swinging around. Not one of the game's finer moments, but it's fortunately very brief, so no problem. No harm, no foul. They give you a solid here and don't let you run off the edges, which I appreciate. You have to actually jump in order to fall at all, which is appreciated. Julius and Alan, I agree with you both. Well said to both of you. Oh yeah. What's that sound? It's like the best barbecue you've ever heard. But yeah, you can switch between these. You can switch between these two weapons, but not the projectiles. Just like to go in the menu though, switch the weapons. Excuse me, the projectile weapons. You know, like Far Cry, huh, Alan? It's a game I haven't really, again, explored since it came out. You're a kid, you don't realize how insanely OP the taunt button is. Just constantly taunting every enemy. Refill that devil trigger. Another killer cutscene here.
Are you the human, the son of Sparta who challenges the darkness for
He's one of those assets you can appreciate more in HD.
Stick around and find out the hard way.
The massive heads making up the dome. Alright. Awesome soundtrack too. He's got my favorite, another one of my favorite. This entire soundtrack is killer. What am I talking about? This whole OST is amazing. Sure, everyone knows the trick roll to cut down on the reload times with the grenade gun. Ooh. Yeah, like Mal said, taunting just straight up boosts your devil trigger. It's like, I mean, extremely useful for that. Given how OP devil trigger is in this game, you can see why that is so useful. Yeah, Onimusha 1, I love that game. I've been thinking a lot about Onimusha 2 lately. I'd like to revisit that as well. I might stream that soon. But yeah, Samurai Horror is an awesome concept. Killer game. And again, one of the many, many projects that came out of this RE4 development cycle. Like, Onimusha obviously wasn't intended to be RE4, but just after RE3, you had all these teams within Capcom, like, okay, what's our next project? Feudal Japan, Samurai Ninja, Resident Evil. Okay, and that's Onimusha. Okay, Resident Evil 4, but it's going to be European Islands, stylish, and that becomes Devil May Cry. And then, you know, the endgame RE4 becomes another super influential, awesome title. It's just so much creativity and innovation happening at Capcom in this time period. I don't know if Nintendo is still here, but I was on a mountain hike with him recently, and I was thinking a lot about Onimusha 2. I'd really like to revisit that game. It's like channeling this almost Kurosawa-esque, you know, Japanese feudal serenity. I mentioned, I think, a few times now, I worked in a record store, a local record store chain around me several years ago. And while I was, one night, some guy came in and sold all sorts of obscure, weird stuff. But amongst that was the Devil May Cry 1 soundtrack. The actual, like, Japanese, you know, original release of this OST, which is the only, you know, CD printing I got. So I scooped that right up. Still got it. I don't have too many game soundtracks, but I've got a few. I've got Devil May Cry, Chrono Cross, Ocarina of Time. Maybe a couple others. I had Super Mario 64, but that was one of the ones that my brother stole and sold. Unfortunately, one of the many things I owned that happened too. Really gotta get kick 13 to unlock the true potential of Ifrit here. It's pretty good right now, but it's gonna become so much better once we get that. Yeah, that's enough. Capcom, I mean, in terms of the all-time heavy hitters, I'd have to hand it to Nintendo. For the best games, for the largest percentage of the best games ever made, I would definitely have to give the trophy to Nintendo. But in second place, it might be Capcom. They had their dark years, as you guys have said. They had their dark years, but they've come back. They've recognized what their real goal is. You know, what their real company motivation is. Making good games. Kick 13, there it is. That's really the OP one. Stinger level 2 for Alastor. Yes. Yeah, another cool atmospheric bit of this game. Great sound design. Another great bit of game design aspect here. You can see some of these marionettes have some projectile attacks, but they are super telegraphed via audio cues. So on screen or not, you're going to hear them queuing up for that throw, which gives you ample time to actually respond to it. You've got that super exaggerated animation of them queuing up the throw there. But you've also got the audio as well if you're not able to actually see them. That's well done. Dark Years of Capcom weren't even that bad. I mean, I agree. Dark Years of Capcom, we got Resident Evil 5, the Bionic Commando remake, Dead Rising. All solid games. Not all timers, but good games. Oh my god, there's the bot. 69mega.com. No, this isn't the bot, you guys. I personally invited 69mega.com. It's a new partnership between High Def Hide and 69mega.com. So after you're done watching, you know, these nerdy video game videos, you can hit up local 69 love bots in your town. This video is sponsored by 69mega.com. Oh, I'll ban these jackasses in a sec. Let me whoop on these. Alright, here we go. You know what the problem is with this crap? Is that they use separate accounts for each one of those. Every one of these messages is a separate account. So I have to go through each one of these individually. You would think with all the YouTube money, they'd be able to handle this stuff a little better, but nope. All right, here we go. Last one. This is my theme music for reporting stupid porno bots. Turning on my air conditioner. Alright, here we go. Get that crap out of here. You know, in the Discord I posted, I wasn't sure if it was going to be Devil May Cry or a Togi 2, but I was thinking about this for hours when I was going to be streaming tonight. And one of the other options was going to be Duke Nukem 3D, which I know I've mentioned a few times now, but that will be here at some point. What's the music for intelligent porno bots? Aphex Twin. Window Licker. Square Pusher, hey! Close. We're on the same wavelength. That's funny. Yeah, IDM is definitely the sound of intelligent porno bots. Window Licker or My Red Hot Car. Those are the themes. Let me tell you, girl, that's for sure. Gonna play some Devil May Cry. There it is. There's kick 13. I always feel like a lot of Aphex tracks go on for 1 or 2 minutes too long. No, I don't. I would. Aphex is, without a doubt, my favorite modern musician. It's not even close. But no, I don't feel that way. So many awesome, insanely good tracks. So many great albums. I'll give you one troop. I think, what's the second track off Cyro? That one maybe goes on a little too long. Xmas Eve T or whatever. Yeah, that one's maybe, that could have been edited a little bit. But I'm one of those guys who was like listening to the live version of that, the like YouTube. I think he like played it live in Paris like 7 years before it came out on Cyro. I was just losing my mind on that, so I don't know. My favorite ancient musician? Good question. Gonna have to check out Aphex Twin. So I guess it's not heavy metal. So Aphex is the. Alright, how do I put this without sounding like a total pretentious dweeb? Aphex Twin is the best and most important electronic music artist of the last 20 years. In terms of influence and just overall quality, Aphex is untouchable. His style ranges quite a bit, You have stuff like Selected Ambient Works 8592, which is like the first Aphex album, which is where I would probably start. A very accessible album, cool electronic beats. Came out, as the name suggests, 92, but despite that, is very accessible. Very cool, chill vibes. Selected Ambient Works Volume 2 is actually properly ambient. It is more in the veins of Brian Eno's ambient albums. You know, Ambient 1, 2, 3, and 4. Where there's basically no beats, and it's like straight up proper ambient music. It's Selected Ambient Works Volume 2 is probably my all-time favorite album. If I had to choose one desert island album, I would probably choose that one. And yeah, like Troop said, very inspired is putting it politely for the Fallout soundtrack. Completely ripped off would be maybe a more accurate way of putting it. But yeah. But basically every one of his albums is kind of going in a bit of a different style. But his discography is incredible. He's, like I said, my favorite modern musician by heads and shoulders, without a doubt. Carpenter Brew. Yeah, I like Carpenter Brew too, but that's like, yeah, this is pretty good. And Aphex is like, this guy is the fundamentals of modern electronic music. Okay, let me focus back on Devil May Cry for a sec. This could turn into an Aphex stream very easily. Now, I mentioned the usage of this dark ambient, like that dark ambient audio album that was sampled for the soundtrack here. This track we're hearing right now is another ambient track that features another ambient sample that I would be interested in learning the origins of, because it's been used in a few other games, most notably in Half-Life. About halfway through Half-Life you hear this track. That right there, that pong, that long kind of like dissonant descending note. So it's definitely from another publicly, you know, a commercial sound library. I'm missing a lot of comments here. Hold on a sec. Who's my favorite classical composer? It's gotta be Bach. Bach or Debussy. I mean, Debussy's not really classical. That's more romanticism, but... Did you do the heads and shoulders? No. Wagner's good. Yeah, let's kick some Blizzard ass. Here we go. Getting into Tchaikovsky lately. Tchaikovsky, I mean, he's one of the greats, there's no doubt about that. Tchaikovsky is definitely top 3 for me. It's probably number 3. Bach, Debussy, and then Tchaikovsky. the Ifrit. It's such a satisfying weapon. Oh yeah. Now very low on health. There we go. Okay. Another, definitely a Resident Evil room here. It's like certain sections of this basically look like Code Veronica, but with even better textures. Sign of Chastity. Here we go, another one of the best boss fights in the game. Nelo Angelo Part 2. Yeah, Nutcracker is incredible. Obviously. This may be controversial, but I think the Nutcracker is very good. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Yellow star? No. Ethan, hey man. What's up? Not much. Playing Devil May Cry. And we're talking about classical music now. Who's your favorite classical composer? Tube, is this Dark Knight guy like the game's Destiny Jobber? Sort of. You fight several bosses in this game multiple times. I'll give a shout out to a sort of local homegirl, Cara Comparetto. She's really, really good. Pianist. She covers a mixture on her YouTube channel. Lots of video game covers, but also lots of classical tracks. She's a classically trained pianist, and she is incredible. And is currently working on, I think right now, both covering the Nutcracker in its entirety, as well as the Chrono Trigger soundtrack. That gives you an idea of the kind of material that she's into. Alright, I gotta focus. I gotta stop thinking about the Nutcracker and Tchaikovsky and Kara. All that stuff. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm thinking too much about other topics, not about the fight. Don't tell me the lava spider comes back. No, he's done for good. With one exception, but he's, unless I mess up later, he's basically toast. He's not coming back. Let me start my fight with the Alastor here. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm still streaming every Sunday. All sorts of different games. So lightning effects are so perfect. Yes, yes they are. Good thing I picked up all those yellow orbs, huh? Alright, here we go. I mean, this guy on normal is very, very easy. All you gotta do is just focus, take your time. That's all. No sweat. Telling you guys, try it. Try playing a game and streaming simultaneously, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's just knowing when to completely turn your attention off of chat and back onto the game. That's really the hard part. I love that camera sweep there. That's a cool effect. Chalice. I'm curious to see how the underwater effects are going to look emulated. I'm guessing D rank. Considering I continued like 3 times. Yep. Rip. About halfway through the game now, though. Doing good. I think I've probably got another hour or so in me. Probably not going to finish the game this evening, but quite a bit of it. Let's see. No. No. Sure, why not? I think it's cool how all these Looney Tunes memes are coming back into style now. It's like this animation, which is approaching the centennial mark, is now once again cool and popular and funny. Ghost Ship. The Dark Souls 2 level of Devil May Cry. Is it because of the new Space Jam? No, it's just people uploading old clips to YouTube. And here we are, the water section of Devil May Cry. It looks like there is a few effects missing here, for sure, but that's alright. Better than the nauseating stuff going on in the HD collection. Missing the water distortion effect. Nothing in the treasure chest except seashells. There's another one of those kind of cheap shot moments there. Except that one, you don't even get a cutscene indicating that an enemy is about to be pouncing on you. That's alright. So when I'm talking about ambient audio, it doesn't have to be anything complicated. It's just a unique bit of soundscape for the environment that you're in the game. I was mentioning this when I was playing a bit of Dark Souls 3 a few weeks ago, but this is a really nice example of that. It doesn't take a lot. Just a little bit of the sounds of like the wood of the ship shifting and swaying. See what this treasure chest does. Ooh, double star. So No Man's Wharf and Devil May Cry. Dark Souls 2 is one of my favorite areas in that game for that reason. It's a location that you don't really see any other example of within the entire series, which obviously helps it, you know, a bit because there's never anything to compare it to. I know that may sound like I'm damning it with faint praise, but it feels like it's going for its own thing, which is nice. But the whole concept here is very similar, where we're in this kind of cave, you know, hideout, activating this ghost ship. It's a very familiar scene. It's like clearly a demon chilling right there. We'll deal with him in a sec. Another thing lost with the HD collection, those trail effects there. You can see the yellow one going in the center of the screen. It's locked shut. There's something written. I am the ship that carries the wandering souls on the brink of the underworld. Protect the ship and you shall be given the fire of Saint Elmo. Actually, I don't want my shotgun. Although the animation has charm to it, hard to explain, feels like it made much more love. Well, it's that and the fact that it was actually hand-drawn and not just keyframes drawn digitally with then tweening in between them. It was all hand-drawn. And that is the most significant aspect. I think DS2, I think No Man's Wharf. Like I said, one of the better aspects of the game, I would say, no doubt. One of the more memorable areas. Another sample, here it is. The second one I'd be curious in identifying. There's a few other notable examples of that, but the biggest one I can think of is Castlevania 64. When you start a new game, you hear that same sample. It's like a choir, like pitch shift, like drop. Oh my god! No. No. Let's see if I can get or ban these fools. There we go. It's so strange. Like, I've got what, like 5 people watching the stream right now. Why why spam me? I don't get it. It's because I'm the kind of channel that I don't have like dedicated moderators to like instantly delete that stuff or filters. I don't know. But yeah, here's Air Raid, the most OP skill in the game, at least on normal. Easy. Farewell, Alan. Take care. Say hi to your wife for me. And I mean that the most non-sarcastic way possible. Yeah, look at all the love and detail of this ship. So much little texture work for things that we're going to be seeing for a total of like 5 minutes here. Nice job, guys. I mean that. B, I'll take that, sure. I'm gonna turn my air conditioner back on. Gotta find that heart envelope, water drops, panting face, lying tongue. I know, right? Oh, here we go. Look at this. Beautiful. Tilting pirate chandelier. Staff of Hermes for that Hippocratic Oath statue thingy we saw earlier. I was kind of making fun of Ninja Gaiden the other night. We were playing that. It's like Ryu basically just kind of like stumbling his way through and like finding the keys that he needs ultimately to reach his goal. But there's kind of a similar thing going on here with Devil May Cry. I mean, like, what is Dante doing? It's like, okay, we ran through a castle and then the gardens, and we jumped on a pirate ghost ship, which then immediately sank after we shot a big bird. And now we need to get out of the pirate ship and go back to the castle. Like, it doesn't make any sense. How could he possibly know what the hell we're doing? Some more underwater combat that some guy had to code. Put in all this work for, despite the fact that the game This occupies maybe 5 minutes of gameplay. Underwater segment, but it doesn't last too long, and it's nice and it looks good. I mean, it's not like we're talking about OOT Water Temple here. We don't have to fight the lizards at all. We can just go right out the door. The shortest mission in the game. So you got a problem with underwater segments? Well, fortunately, as you can see, we just got through it in 2 minutes, and that was with me trying to kill the lizards. No problemo. Maybe I will play through the whole game tonight. We'll see. I mean, this is not a long game. Kind of blazing through it here. We'll see. No promises either way. Put away our now useless needle gun. The underwater weird FPS exploration is integral DMC. Now, I can picture Hideki Kamiya being like a total hard ass about it. This is just that segment of that's era of gaming. You gotta have the underwater. But it is mercifully short. That lightning looks so good. Bravo indeed. Deep darkness and towering mountains. I'm getting all tongue-tied. Towering martins. Watch out for those towering martins. Now, deep darkness. Here's a little bit of fun trivia. I made a Counter-Strike. I think it was a Counter-Strike source map called Deep Darkness. It was CS Deep Darkness, and it was a hostage rescue map for Counter-Strike where you had to go into. It was like a winter scene. And it was sewer based, but I think it was really good. And I think I have completely lost that at the time. Dante. Just listen to that. Oh! I wish I still had that. I made a bunch of maps for Counter-Strike Source. Tekken 2 Lightning has a beat. You may be right, my friends. This is where Devil Trigger really comes in handy. You just run past all this crap. Flashes on Heihachi are the best. Kind of twisted mind would come up with this chamber. It's the Castilians trying to prevent attack from the sea. Oh god. Big lizard. Dante kebab. Well, we are close to the Mediterranean, so man, Oh. There's this restaurant near me. Chill. I don't know if I've ever asked you if you've ever been to it, but it's a restaurant in our area called Olive Cafe. One of the best. I'm wishing I had some of that right now. What do they have? It's all Greek Mediterranean stuff, but it's insanely good. Located in... I'm trying to be careful with how specific I am with my descriptions here, but... the big city nearest us. Excellent. Taking a lot of Bs, I'm alright with that. Like I said, I haven't played this game since I made the video for it last year, so I'm okay with that. I think it's time for another break, though. I'll be right back. This is probably going to be my last break for the evening. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be back. Alright. We go. Wheel of Destiny. Baby spiders? Nah. Nah, we don't need that. Yes, the Emblem Shield. The Mets. What about the Mets? Illuminate. Another cool atmospheric section of the game here. Gorgeous. Yeah, the ambient tracks in this game are phenomenal. I would really love to interview, what's his name? Masumi Ueda, the composer for this game, and find out how much was written, you know, what tracks were written where, you know, basically, between the origin of this project, the transition into Devil May Cry, and afterwards. I'd imagine the battle music, you know, all the rock guitar stuff is all DMC. You know, after the title had gotten that identity, but this ambient music is so good. Well, this has to just say sports. Well, if any of you are Something Awful OGs, the message board Something Awful, there was this like merch they produced for a little while called City Name Sports Team. It's like supporting our supporting our local team since the year they were founded. That type of stuff. I always kick myself for not buying that stuff. But I was like 13 and didn't have a debit card, so that was out of the question. Refill. Another one of these messed up spots. I hate to keep harping on the HD collection, but like that effect of Dante there. Here, I'll get it again for a sec. That effect is totally broken in the HD collection. It's just a shame because you would, you know, obviously the concept of an HD collection is to present the game in the most flattering way possible. Yeah, you have something like this where it's like we're presenting it with broken effects. We're presenting it in a higher resolution, sure, but with lower quality effects than what it was originally presented with. And I would imagine that the majority of the people playing it are probably not going to give a shit. But there are certain folks like, oh wow, that looks like crap, dude. And it's like, it didn't originally look like that. It looked better. Oh well. But Dante uses his Devil Trigger, all that light emitting from him lights up the rooms more than it does otherwise. That's a cool little touch. Well, see, the thing is, Alan, even the folks at Capcom, they didn't leave themselves like a nice code base to do these, you know, potential HD version from. Like I talked about in the DMC development video, these guys basically kept working even after like the master had been submitted to Capcom, which meant that they had to recreate a lot of these things from scratch for the HD collection. So Capcom kind of shooting themselves in the foot there. Not that they are alone in that, because like, as you guys know, there are a million quote-unquote HD remasters created by, you know, the original companies where the original assets have been lost. So they're working from, I mean, we mentioned the Silent Hill remasters earlier, which are obviously, you know, like hilariously bad. You know, we're talking about Silent Hill in-game billboards being recreated using Comic Sans as a font, which is inexcusable. But the point is, these guys have lost their source code. They've lost like the gold code to the extent that they have to try and recreate stuff from not final material. Which I feel you, is hard. But I also think if you're working with these games that are of such an immense pedigree, of games that were so insanely popular and influential and all that other good stuff, that maybe you should put a little more time and effort into it. So long story short, you're right. Yeah, most of these HD remasters are total cash-ins. Half-assed efforts, unfortunately. Yeah, there's that laughing after death I mentioned earlier. Nice little poison area here for our man Dante. But we're gonna do a little trick here. We're gonna fly right over this crap. The Nightmare Beta. Dante walked into the side of the spike. What the hell is that Nightmare Beta thing? That's the last projectile weapon we collect in the game. I don't find much use for it, but allow me to demonstrate. I might get in Devil Trigger so we can see its full potential. I think you can charge it up. Yeah, you can charge it. There, see? We get a nice big ricochet. Still, I don't find much use out of it. Yeah, definitely some H.R. Geiger influence there. I mean, let's look at the thing. That's just the Xenomorph, basically, with a few differences. Alright. Some more holy water, which, speaking of Nightmare, when we're fighting for realsy, that's gonna come in handy. No, we don't want to go back down there. I'll just go up. So now it's time for round 3 with Griffin. Oh wait, this way. My bad. So, on a completely different topic, I've shared with you guys my work so far on my untitled Ninja game project. But what I have not showed you guys is the big, massive action RPG that I've been working on since 2011, which is basically a combination between Link to the Past and Diablo 1. You have 3 playable character classes, and there's lots of cool dungeons to explore and all that stuff. That game is about 50 to maybe 60% complete, and I'm going to share it with you at some point, but I bring that up because this ambient track that you're hearing is one of the many placeholder tracks I was using in that game. Yeah, troop, yeah, sword, yes. I am very proud of it, and I can't wait for people to see it. But that's like my big game project. The Ninja game is like, yeah, I'm working hard on this, it's gonna be sweet, but the Ninja game is like, it's like something I'm like doing to work on to take a break from this other huge project. You'll see. How the hell have I kept that a secret? I've got lots of secrets. Like the fact that in my day job I'm producing soundtracks for lots of different films and all that stuff and getting paid for it. I do a lot of different things. I've got a lot of creative projects going on that you guys don't know about. Sounds really cool. Well, thank you. At some point I will share it with you guys. That's the kind of thing that I don't think there would ever be it wouldn't work to like have a demo for. I would just, the only time you guys are gonna see it is like when it's 100% complete. Should I say, the only time you guys are going to get a chance to play it is when it's 100% complete. Maybe see it, we'll see. That's boss fight where you can't even see the boss. Come on, Dante. There we go. What an awesome design. I love Griffin. He's my favorite boss out of this game. At least as far as designs go. It's kind of like the Cerberus thing, but instead of dogs, it's birds. I really like how the light gradually decreases as you're going on in that fight. How it gets darker and darker. That's good stuff. Yeah, let's just enjoy the cutscene.
Yours are definitely the powers of Sparta. Even more so. But I cannot let you live. For I serve my master Mundus.
You can't fight with that wound.
Mighty is the power of Mundus. Master, grant me one last surge of power. The power to finish him. Master Mundus.
The three-eyed.
You beat him. Maybe it was too easy for you.
Mundus. His heinous ways make me sick, killing even his own, like they were nothing. He's the one that took the life of my mother, my brother, Shirley. My mother used to always tell me that my father was a man who fought for the weak. He had courage and a righteous heart. In the name of my father, I will kill Mundus.
I will, Kumundus. The mega cheese. Give me them souls. Yeah, like I said, they really I don't know what they were thinking, not giving Dante the subtitles. In the name of my father, I will kill Mundus. Ugh! Alright, Troop, to answer your question a minute ago. What is the actual gameplay like hack or slash, methodical? What's the actual visual style? It's kind of similar to the Ninja game, but the gameplay style, as I mentioned, it's... You choose between 3 classes at the beginning of the game. Warrior, Mage, Rogue. Each of them have, in addition to a standard melee and ranged attack, have 4 unique abilities that can be upgraded independently. Every time you level up, you get skill points and all that stuff. So whenever you level up, you can spend your points on individual character stats, you know, HP, strength, defense, you know, a couple other stats. But then you also get points to invest in the character-specific stats. The gameplay structure, like I said, it's kind of a combination between Link to the Past and Diablo, where you have, it's not randomly generated dungeons. It's dungeons generated with, you know, thought put into level design and puzzles and all that stuff. The game itself is separated into 5 acts, but you can always backtrack, and key items you get, like Zelda, in each act, similar to something like Metroid or Castlevania, allow you to then explore new areas in the previous, you know, areas. What are we doing? I missed an item here. So there's 5 acts in the game, and in terms of the mandatory content, 3 out of 5 are completed. And the plan is, after I finish the ninja game, to come back to this project with a refreshed approach and some knowledge gained along the way. And produce something that is hopefully really top tier. Come on, Dante. Oh my god. Look at this. There you go. There it is. The Wheel of Destiny. I feel like sound design in games is the single most inconsistent facet over time. So many modern FPS games with garbage footsteps. And Thief had the game... Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Gootak, hey man, how's it going? Thief I will definitely be playing on stream probably in a few months or so. That's one of those games I love to play Thief in the winter. I love to play Thief on a nice wintry stormy night. That's the best way to play Thief, in my opinion. No blue orb. Refill that health bar. Now we can continue. We got all the good upgrades. Maybe with the exception of the double jump, but not necessarily completely important. Helpful. The dinosaur puzzle comes to mind. I'm gonna ignore these fools. I do like any game where you start to incorporate this time of day adaptation. Now, obviously excluding newer stuff where that stuff is just built into the game as a routine, but where they're utilizing it as a bit of aesthetic, you know, atmospheric type stuff. Alien Isolation is the game that I need to give another shot to. I don't know why, I had some kind of weird grudge against that game when it launched. Maybe it was a friend of mine, he picked it up and we were going through some hard times. It's, you know, you get those weird cross associations, you know, just stupid bullshit like that. But I would like to revisit, yeah, that game for sure. Joyous. Demon Souls is the underrated sound design. Nobody talks about that aspect. Nobody other than me. Right? Nah, I feel you, man. It's like that original game, I feel like it's such a tragedy. So many people look at Demon Souls and PS3 and they're just like, oh yeah, you know, it was just like kind of like a prototype for Dark Souls. You know, it's just something you had to like make before they got to the real stuff. It's like, no. No. That game's presentation is still absolutely top-notch. Speaking of presentation, here we are back in the castle, but now night has fallen. And look at this. This difference in atmosphere. Not just the music, but this nice spooky lighting. Oh, it's so good. Shadow Tower and Kingsfield. Oh, I know they exist. Like you mentioned earlier, Duke 3D was one of my other options, but I was also looking at From Software stuff, old stuff. King's Field 2 and Shadow Tower specifically for what I was going to be playing this evening. Now check this out. This is really beautiful, okay? So, earlier when we were here in the game, we had that huge statue of this angelic figure. Now it's gone. Not only is it gone, but it's like this figure is supposed to represent Mundus, right? But the statue itself, was it really just a statue? Or was it Mundus himself observing us as we were entering this castle? It's like we see him later, you know, once we go down into the underworld and we see him. It's basically the same statue in a different, it's a different, you know, seated position, but that's very spooky. I like that a lot. First time I played through this cutscene, the zoom at the end of this cutscene introducing this new enemy freaked me out so bad that I actually dropped the controller and got killed. I'll admit that. I was 11 years old, but it really freaked me out. This right here. That eyeball texture really sketched me out. Not quite the Ninja Gaiden doppelganger. Who's casting the spotlight on Dante? Well, my friend, we picked up an item earlier while we were going through those basement dwellings there next to the arena. We picked up this item. And this is what's casting the light. Before you have that, Dante doesn't really cast any light in the dark, but once you pick this up, you get this effect. And there's your answer. The atmosphere in this section is just impeccable. Like I mentioned earlier about this castle feeling, the sensation of being deeply haunted, but as night falls, it feels like it's just cranking that dial to 11. I like it a lot. Give me them souls, so yeah. You're seeing sections of the actual geography of the castle itself starting to shift. That's good stuff. This looks so good. Oh, Capcom. We're not worthy. Hideki Kamiya, the man. So I watched a speedrun of this a few days ago by the guy I mentioned earlier. What was his name? I can't remember. That's embarrassing. but hopefully I've picked up some tricks that I can utilize here in this playthrough. Nightmare number 1. So I mentioned we may see Phantom again, and this is one of those examples where we get sucked into the underworld via Nightmare. We could potentially... I mean, you see him sitting right there. That big spidery silhouette. I'd like to take this moment to remind everyone that I am playing the PS1 version emulated in PCSX2, but we're talking about a game from 2001. Look at these assets. This looks insane. This looks so good. Those textures, the skyboxes, this is gorgeous. It's such an insanely good job of this. Now something I learned from those Maxi Lobes, that was his name. Something I learned from those speedruns here. When the orbs are summoned, it's not the amount of damage that you're doing, it's the amount of hits that you're making in between these hits. And causing it to shift between these different phases. So a really handy trick to getting through this fight quite a bit faster. When that orb pops out, just basically switch to E-Freight and charge those attacks as much as possible. Because the more hits you do, the more aggressive he becomes in this fight. Meaning, each individual hit you want to take should ideally do as much damage as possible. Yes! Tick looks 10 times better than the HD version. I think it certainly looks better, no doubt about that. Good stuff. This lighting, just like complete psychedelic freak out. I love it. The atmosphere for this game is impeccable. It was not intentional, but the game time of day has shifted basically right along with my own locally here, which is nice. Here we go, more bots. Excellent. Only Putin didn't find girls with us. Interesting approach. It's reacting to the growing evil surge of the darkness. Shall I use the Staff of Hermes? Please do, Dante. I'm gonna play through the rest of this game. We're close enough now where if I were to save this for part 2, it'd be like 45 minutes long, so let's just do it. PCSX2, not to jinx it, but you've been doing great. No crashes or anything yet. The only glitch I can think of, and it's not even really a glitch, it's just a side effect of the widescreen patch, is that cutscene of Dante getting stabbed by Alistor, and we see his arm, his isolated arm just standing there on the floor. Other than that, it's been going good. Victor, welcome, friend. Approaching the end game of Devil May Cry. Wasn't PCSX2 updated recently? Well, one of the reasons why I was considering playing this evening was because I got a comment on my Devil May Cry, development video, saying that. And this was now like at least 4 months ago. This guy made this comment. Was that PCSX2 is now able to render the game, both render the game in high resolutions, but then also not mess up the HUD rendering. So you can see here with the HUD, it looks absolutely fine. Like the texture is a little low res, but that's fine. But before, when you would do that, there'd be a strip on the top quarter of the screen that would be rendered in 480. Instead of the resolution that you're actually playing in. There's a book that tells about how ways to enter the underworld. But that's been fixed. Didn't the Duck Station dude join the PSX2 team? I'm pretty sure that is the case because when I updated PCSX2 today, the actual emulator menu itself now looks like Duck Station. So I guess so. It looks a hell of a lot better, a lot more professional, a lot more user-friendly. And it basically, it looks like Duck Station. Frosts. Oh yeah. Dodge. The window to dodge there is so small. Yeah, kick 13. There you go. That pushes me towards a new PC. Dude, I don't know if PC parts are more available at this point versus what they were a couple of years ago. I built this PC basically between the end of 2020 and the beginning of 2021, and I'm still very, very happy with it. Here's that same effect I mentioned a while ago now, a few hours. The trees shaking in the wind outside the window. It's just a 2D texture, but that looks phenomenal. Oh, and yeah, my primary motivation for building this computer, yeah, is mostly to emulate older games in 4K, be able to capture the video stuff with no drops in frame rate and all that stuff. And yeah, if I can play some brand new games, sure, cool, but playing Demon Souls in 4K at 60 was my #1 so far, the thing that I have been most stoked about, honestly, playing on this computer. And I'll be sharing that with you guys within the next few months. Just gotta think of the right kind of challenge run to do it with, you know? Dragon. Oh! There we go. Speaking of Nintendo, we've got the Ganondorf bit right here. I think that might even be the Bowser sample that they used in Mario 64 and Mario Kart 64. Julius, I want to get emulation for GameCube. Getting GameCube games is impossible. Yeah, dude. Oh man. One of the streams that I'll be doing the next few weeks is exploring stuff like GameCube 4K emulation. F-Zero GX. That looks so good. Emulated in Dolphin. We're so blessed to have Dolphin. Those guys. Top tier emulation experts. Yeah, true. Most Wiis let you play GameCube games. Most of them. There's only actually a few that don't. It's like the very few last ones that you can't play GameCube games on. But most Wii games you can play GameCube on. But, you know, it's just like it was on GameCube where your max res was usually 480p. Which looks great, don't get me wrong, but compared to running it in Dolphin at 4K, you know. Quicksilver. Another awesome bit of scenery here. Those white lamps glowing. I was making the Demon Souls comparison earlier. In this game, you know, where you get these environments that are clearly man-made, yet you get these touches towards the end of the game where things grow increasingly demonic and twisted, and I think it's more effective as a result. Look at that portrait. Look at that. We can't even... Dante doesn't have any kind of text for it, but that's... It's like eyes wide shut type stuff. That's so good. Julius, most GameCube games I find on the internet are super expensive, plus I vastly prefer. Yeah, I mean... At this point, it really doesn't make sense to buy physical retro games because of the pricing getting completely out of control. It's insane. It's nuts. If you want to play GameCube games on original hardware, there are options both on the GameCube itself as well as the Wii via Swiss. Or you just download ISOs and play them on original hardware. Easy peasy. Without giving any of these suckers any money on eBay. Yeah, don't give these guys any money. Please don't buy GameCube games. I mean, you can if you want to. But if you just want to play the games, either emulate them in Dolphin, or if you've got original hardware, just download Swiss to your Wii or GameCube. Let me just make sure I'm not missing something here. Nope. Oh yeah, here we go. It's like I have tons of physical copies of retro games. I know I have a huge library, but I bought all this crap when it was still cheap. I would never pay today's prices. No way.
A man with guts and honor. I like that. But it's a shame you serve Mundus.
JC, welcome. Yeah, I agree. One of my favorites as well. This game's soundtrack overall is just so killer. Definitely the best in the series, in my opinion. I really don't care for the vocal tracks, especially in DMC3. I really didn't like the soundtrack in that game. Alright. Let's get our gear out for the final Nelo Angelo fight. This environment was one of the ones you can see in the concept art for the game. Earliest for it. Ouch. You missed too many pros, high resolutions. Yeah, usually. I mean, sometimes with like newer stuff you get the bugs. But a lot of the time, yeah. It's a way to go.
A man with guts and honor. I like.
Alright, here we go. I'm gonna really focus this time. Damn it! Just wasted that Devil Star. Big time. Alright, here we go, guys. No more fooling around. Holy water? I'm trying to save that for Nightmare. Oh, man, I'm getting my ass kicked. Like most times when I start getting my ass kicked in video games, the approach that you need to take is just tone down the aggression and play a little bit more defensively, which is what I'm going to do now. Damn. Good thing I've got all these yellow orbs, right? Alright. Here we go. So large because of all those demonic influences. I like how he starts the fight with a taunt too. Nice touch. Oh my god. Alright. Last one before we have to repeat that tiny ass mission again. I got the holy water. I just gotta slow down. I always get overly aggressive in these games. Shredded. You are dead. Don't worry about it, Alice. I'm sure I'll still be here. Huh. I'm going the wrong way. No. Okay. Do I still have my yellow orbs? So I want to reload the save. If not, I do. Okay. Alright, I'll get through this lickety split and we'll be back to Virgil in no time. It's time for grenade launcher cheese fest? Possibly. Get a few more badass bosses to handle, you know? Virgil 3, Nightmare 3, Mundus 1 and 2. Quicksilver. That's a little callback in Devil May Cry 3 where that became one of the styles for Dante. It's a cool touch. Come on. Those effects outside the window look really nice. Can't see them now, but the lightning reflecting on the sea there. Really cool bit of atmosphere. Alright, straight to Virgil we go. I'll fool around with any of these guys. Here we go. Okay. Round 2. I don't think I've ever had this much trouble with Virgil 3 before. But hey. That's what streams are for. I'm gonna take this very slow. I'm gonna get this over with. Man, what is it with this? Major roadblock. I'll try the grenade gun, sure. Yeah! Alright. Finally! My god, I'm sorry that took so long, you guys. Tough. Thanks. Definitely a big difficulty spike, for sure. Grenade launcher OP.
Virgin Dante. Happy birthday.
That voiceover, probably not necessary, but it's alright. I want chocolate! No, I want chocolate! Oh, they're brothers! Okay, I get it now. There's a statue I was talking about.
Yes, master.
Hopefully, from here on out, I'll just be kicking ass with no downtime. So we can try and wrap this thing up within 5 hours. I think that'd be good. Yeah, that's alright. A few of these. Troops never forgot since you mentioned Diablo earlier. Is it worth playing again today? Can decide on one hand they seem repetitive on aesthetics. Yeah, Diablo 1 and 2, absolutely. I would probably play Diablo 2 first, and then if you want a game that's among that style, play Diablo 1. Maybe with a mod, like Diablo 1 Beelzebub mod. But, yeah, definitely. Julius, I'm in for the long haul. 3 4 yeah, what's the difference? Hey, let's rock, baby. Now, Diablo 1 is like the quintessential horror ARPG. And then Diablo 2 is just the quintessential ARPG, basically. Closing in on the end game, though. And then Mario 64. Jumping into the paintings. This weapon can only be used underwater. Well, fortunately, we are underwater. Look at this. Oh, the corpse! He's all wet. Horrifying. Diablo 2 is some of the best sound. Absolutely. And Diablo 2 is a top 20 game for me at the very least. Neat. What does that mean? What is neat? I don't know what that is. Why can't I move? There we go. Speaking of Diablo and Blizzard, tried Warcraft 3 yesterday. I couldn't get past 15 minutes and that's just awful. What? Were you playing OG Warcraft 3 or Warcraft 3 Reforged or whatever it is? Not in education, employment, or training. Okay. Philosopher's egg. I don't want the Sparta. No, give me the Alistar. Oh, here we go again. Armor 2. Are these like the special skelly heads here with the weird organic faces? Cyclops. Alright. Griffin. One more fight. Yeah, Warcraft 3. I mean, Warcraft is cheesy. There's no doubt about that. But the gameplay was good. Basically, you could take that to any of the games. Apply what I just said to any of those games. Nope. Transformation complete. elixir. Lords of the Fallen. A game I will probably never, ever, ever play. If I ever play Lords of the Fallen, you know I'm starting to get desperate for material. So it's like this game that's just like Dark Souls, except a complete copy. With little to no original ideas involved. No, I have not tried Dante's Inferno. Love the aesthetics of some of these final parts. Me too, my friend. This castle getting increasingly corrupted. Really cool aesthetic. I appreciate you guys who are in here for the long haul, by the way. And we're coming up on 4 hours here. We've still got a ways to go, but props. There's like games like Lords of the Fallen. It's just like, why bother? It's like this game is... It's just a clone of a game that you know and love. Anything like that where it's just like so inherently derivative. It's like, why bother? I can't get into anything like that. Or it's just like your identity of a game is completely beholden to some pre-existing IP. Both in terms of your gameplay and your presentation. It's like you're just completely ripping off, copying something else. So why would I bother? I'm not interested in something so inherently derivative. I was watching something on Eurogamer a few days ago, despite the fact that I'm not European. That's one of my primary sites for getting news about gaming, whatnot stuff. And it was some indie game. It's just a clone of Souls. And I pointed this out in the chat, and I was watching. I was like, I can't get into, like I've just been saying, I can't get into anything that's so inherently derivative. You know, and some smartass was like, oh, I guess that would rule out most video games then. It's like, come on. Alright, listen. After Super Mario Brothers came out, there were a ton of platformers, absolutely. But how many platformers were there that also starred a plumber, you know, existing in a Mushroom Kingdom and all that? It's just like, if you're gonna rip off the mechanics wholeheartedly, at least give me some kind of different presentation. Just lame, man. These guys are really cool. I really like that they brought these guys back for DMC5. Bust out the shotgun. Like, it's from any kind of creative endeavor, if you're approaching it like, yeah, here's something to tide you over until like the real thing comes along, then you need to completely reevaluate your approach. Like the Dutch angles are starting to be incorporated there. With these camera angles. Again, we're revisiting existing areas, but with such an intense distortion to them. I mean, look at this. This is incredible. There's nothing like this in any of the DMC games after this one. Not even close. You establish a feeling of familiarity as you traverse these areas in the first place. And they're interesting enough on their own. But we move through them again as they're going through these extreme demonic transformations. And it's like, this is incredible. Third Man has some cool Dutch angles. Absolutely. This is the wrong way. Stop watching the stream, find love. Yes. Please get ripped off and find love. That's what I want for you guys. Yeah, Hollow Knight I gotta revisit. Alright, hold on a sec. I'm lost. No. What the hell is going on? I'm going the wrong areas here. Through here. Through the mirror. Could someone remind me where the hell I'm supposed to be going here? I don't remember. I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing here. Through here. Mirror. Fight these guys down here, then the path opens. Is that it? Back into the castle to get to the demon realm. Right. Okay. Phantom for the first. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. That's fine. That's fine. Up. Right. Yeah, you're right. This is the way to go. Yes. Thank you, guys. Let's go to the underworld. few levels left. Nice, beautiful, organic, squishy textures. Look at that. This looks phenomenal. I mean, disgusting, but in a good way.
Whoa.
Dante! Dante! Help me!
Trish!
Trish, stay back!
Oh, here we go again. No, not quite as bad. Doesn't have as much HP. And I think this is, yeah, his like basically his first iteration in terms of AI. The Messenger. Still haven't played that. I've heard it's really good. I love the colors in this fight, I'll tell you that much. Damn it. Hi, Mouse. You're back. Okay, good. I was waiting for you. Now I'll stop fucking around. And now I'll win. Massive coffee for your massive headache. Oh, that's gonna help.
You fool! You're so easy.
Trish, you?
Humans. What sweets. You should know better than to trust a stranger. Your presence has become a hindrance to my master's bloody scheme. Now die!
Top-notch voice acting there. No more items. Damn it! I'm dead, aren't I? What's happening? I'm still alive somehow. What is even happening right now? Damn it! Arg! Sorry guys. This sucks. Stuck in all this endgame crap. I get sleepier? Get that right. No more fooling around though. This is it. Yeah! There we go. I almost reported you for a sec, just out of habit. So the reflex. Man, I do not remember that being so hard. That was insane. That was way too close. Did his health refill at the end there, or was that just me? Alright. You enjoy this cheesy ass cutscene, I'll be right back.
Dante! Dante, why did you save my life?
Because you look like my mother. Now get out of my sight. The next time we meet, it won't be like this.
Dante!
Don't come any closer, you devil! You may look like my mother, but you're nowhere close to her. You have no soul. You have the face, but you'll never have her fire!
Okay, back. I'm ready to wrap up this game, which I thought was probably going to be done about now, but that's okay. Got a little ways to go, and that's fine. What are we going to spend our orbs on? Well, let's see. Probably going to spend them on some yellow orbs. And a vital star. And holy water. And another devil star, another yellow orb. Okay. Living cave. The textures in this last area are especially impressive. And you have to wonder if they were doing reference photography for all the environmental stuff, you know, all of your beautiful Spanish Gothic architecture. Were they doing the same for all of these, you know, internal organ type things? Same room as that? Nope. More awesome music. Was Capcom's going for the Cliff-Off? Probably the same materials, honestly. any chance I played the Yakuza games. I played a couple of them. I played the original on PS2, and I've made it about halfway through Yakuza 0, which I'd like to revisit. But from what I've played, I mean, Yakuza 0 is an insanely good game. Basically Shenmue, but much more actually engaging to play. Like, Shenmue is cool from an atmosphere perspective, but in terms of actual gameplay, I feel like Yakuza is just straight up like an iterative improvement on that. Okay, here we go. Final string of battles. Coming up on 4.5 hours here. I appreciate you guys who are sticking around for the long haul. Holy cow. I was not expecting this one to go on so long, but here we are. Let's rock. This is the casual DMC experience. Two more missions to go. True enough to rub it in, but 2 hours and 45 minutes left. I think I said the same thing with the last with Ninja Gaiden Black Part 2. Sorry. Let's all just admire the game and forget about all that. There's a statue again. Gorgeous texture work. It's like, this came out 2001 on the PS2, yet this is still like endgame in terms of what was capable on the system.
Again I must face a Sparta. Strange fate, isn't it?
Strange and ironic that it will end the same way.
Irony has favored you this time.
He's just straight up got the Soul Calibur on his back. Soul Edge.
Trish!
Don't even think about it. Blink. She dies.
You!
So sad that humans will always be humans. No more. Has the Spartan blood been spoiled over the ages? Now, die!
Trish! Trish! No!
Useless scum. Failure is one thing, but taking an odd behavior like that. What is the matter? It is time to end your pitiful life.
Hold on. You just wait. 2 lines in particular. Here's one. Well, then obviously
How
after.
much longer are you going to keep zapping? Come out and show yourself, Mundus!
How much longer are you going to keep zapping? This process to make the video buffer. It's making it buffer for me in the preview window too. Huh.
In them, I see the same light as in Sparta's eyes.
Why my mother?
That useless being. If you need a mother, I can create it. As many as you want. Just like I created Trish.
Silence!
The end game. The Star Fox section. So talking about playing Devil May Cry, excuse me, Ninja Gaiden Black last week, and the similarities in the boss fight here. At least that phase 1 section, I do think this one handles it a bit better. This one doesn't feel so insanely different from the core mechanics. Yes. Cool environment. The skybox effects still look really nice. Signal still coming through okay for you guys? Hold on a sec. Hey. According to YouTube, it says the stream is healthy again. Hopefully it is for you guys now. All those messages came through simultaneously, which is a little disconcerting, but we'll see what happens. Oh, good. Excellent. Yeah, none of the other DMC final bosses feel this insane, you know? Like, this guy is straight up satanic. That's good. Spam the holy water, baby. Shit. Video call. Let me break down the bit rate for you guys. I don't know what's going on. My internet connection's fine, but YouTube is obviously being crap.
My mother risked her life for me, and now you too. I should have saved you. I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light! This was my mother's. Now I'm giving it to you. My father's also here now. Rest in peace.
Yeah, the buffering, I'm not sure what to say. Not having any internet issues on my end. I guess you'll have to blame it for YouTube wanting to save more bandwidth for the big guns or whatever. Let me drop my bitrate even more. Everything coming smoothly for you guys now? I'm sure. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. This is really frustrating. I think it's just YouTube priority stuff, unfortunately. There's very little of my network bandwidth being utilized. It keeps turning it down. And are we gonna save all the bandwidth for PewDiePie and I don't know, whoever else? Annoying. Yes, time to escape. This is it! Here we go, here we go, here we go. Got to escape. The underworld. Mother's God. Just give it time. The castle explodes! And the island sinks into the sea. We get a game over. And here we go, guys. Last encounter of the game.
Has been opened. Dante, you are not getting away. This is where you will die.
I'm not going anywhere. Besides, there's no place to go. Look around. This will be your burial ground as well. This will be...
Matter. Here your powers are weak, human.
No.
You'll be okay. You can do it.
What? Mother.
Dante, use my power! It looks like we have a winner.
Jackpot.
Dante, I will return, and I will rule this world.
See you in hell.
When you do come back,
Literally this
give my
time.
regards to my son, will ya? Trish.
Dante. Dante.
Trish. Devils never cry.
I'm sorry.
Only humans.
Oh, man.
We're too late.
This could be really good.
No, Trish. It's never too late.
Little tweaks. This could be a really emotional scene.
And we humans never give up. Are you ready?
Yes!
Yes!
Let's rock.
Let's rock. Whoa, slow down, babe. I think on normal you can basically just put the controller down at this point, but I'm gonna give it a fair shake. Look at that hair.
The sky.
Alan.
It's so clear. So blue.
We're back to another pre-rendered
Sky
cutscene.
is fair. It'll always be above everyone's head, no different.
Like the sky. I feel like my heart is becoming clear.
Let's not forget, though, the underworld's evil is still alive.
Man, I really
It
wish
will someday
Kamiya
return.
got to continue doing the sequels
There's
for
no
this.
need to worry, right? Because the world has the legendary Dark Knight Dante and his sidekick. Devil never cry. Yes. Okay, great. Where's the place? We'll be right there. This one has the password. Sounds heavy.
Okay, let's get it over with in 10 minutes. Can't let a single one of those suckers live.
5 minutes.
More than enough.
Man, what an awesome game. We all made our jokes along the way, but really, this game is incredible. And despite my at times half-assed playing here, I think we can all appreciate the overall quality of this title. You know, it's things like this where playing through it, you need to recognize that just doing like a simple playthrough on normal difficulty or whatever is like 25% of this entire game. One of those games where it's not just the difficulty increasing on the higher difficulties, but you're getting remixed enemies and getting to appreciate the complexity of the gameplay on a deeper and deeper level as you play through it. Really, it's one of the coolest games, absolutely. Atmospheric action games or something I can up. I'm listening to this credits music and it's like I've been playing this game for the last, looking at the YouTube timer now, I've been playing this game for 5 hours, right? And I feel like what I just did was watch the trailer for this game. I didn't spend any time just soaking in the atmosphere, the environment, getting to learn the gameplay systems in depth. I just got a little appetizer of what this game has to offer as a whole. This is a beautiful game, one of my all-time favorites, a masterpiece. It's interesting, it's like, you know, you play through it, you get the same ending every time, with the exception of beating on Dante Must Die, where you get an additional screen at the end. But that feeling of accomplishment that you get, just like mastering the mechanics of this game and these enemies, it just feels more and more evocative, this music, as you hit the ending here. But as I've said a million times, there's just something about this first game that is so good. Something so unique, it's hard to put my finger on. Oh, I know what it is. It's Kamiya It's his influence, his direction. Genius. I gotta play Bayonetta. What am I waiting for? So you want to tug on the heartstrings, you bust out the music box just like that. That is extremely effective. That's so good. It's actually making me feel a little emotional. All these different time zones. Guys, I am extremely thankful that all of you check in and hang out at these streams. If it's your first time or your regular, either way, it's very much appreciated. I still am flabbergasted that anyone bothers to regularly check into my streams, and it is very, very much appreciated. It's unbelievable. And for the record, it is 10:20 for me here in EST. But yeah, as I said before, this game is absolutely incredible, and if for whatever reason, if you're watching this and you haven't played this game before, definitely please play this game. It is an incredibly monumental title in just video game history, but in terms specifically the action genre, character action games, it's incredible. Without this game, obviously we would not have the rest of the Devil May Cry games. We wouldn't have Ninja Gaiden, we wouldn't have Bayonetta, we wouldn't have a million other things. Who knows? This is a big, big, big title. So please check it out. Whether you play it on the PS2,
2 millenniums ago,
whether you play it on the HD collection, whether you emulate it on PCSX2, whatever you do, play Devil May Cry. It's an incredible game. And it is not one to be missed. And I hope this stream was enjoyable and fun to watch. I know I got stuck a few times there. Maybe a little frustrating, but at the very least, I hope I've communicated, you know, at least some portion of the value of this game overall. So, yes. I'm going to wrap it up. It's been a long one, coming up on 5 hours here. It's been a long one. I'm going to call it a night, and I'll be back next Sunday for the next stream, and we'll see. Will it be another game that I will, you know, bust my balls on, or will it be a chill, relaxing game? We'll see. But again, thank you very, very much, anyone who's checked into this, the guys who stuck around for it live, for those of you who checked it out afterwards. It's amazing. Thank you very, very much. Have a fantastic night, a fantastic evening, and make the rest of your summer. Take care, and I will see you next time, everyone. Adios, and good night.